Call to order the Berlin Township Trustees regular meeting for July 10th, 2023. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Please call roll.
Brown.
Yes, here.
Ford.
Here.
O'Brien.
Here.
Thank you, and that brings us to the public comment portion of our meeting. Public comments should be limited to 4 minutes. Please state your first name, your last name, and your address before providing your comments. And we do not have any other public hearings scheduled for tonight, so this will be the only time for public comment this evening. Okay, hearing none, we will close the time for public comments at this time. Move on to the approval of minutes.
Madam Chairman, could we move to the first item on trustee items? And before we do the approval of minutes?
We can do that, however, I would like to get through a couple of other things in advance before we move to that item.
Okay, I would like to delay the approval of minutes until after we've done that.
Very good. We'll hold off on approving the minutes until later on in the meeting, so that we can adequately address item number 12A later on without objection.
No objection.
So ordered. Okay, we have the discussion with the prosecutor's office. Does anybody know what that one is about?
Is it really about the same item, 12A?
I don't know. I didn't put it on here.
You asked me to a couple meetings ago.
Discussion with the prosecutor's office.
Yeah, I don't know if it was about the financial transactions or the easement stuff, but.
Well, we have Mr. Stecco here, so maybe you can answer a question or two about a couple of things that we can talk about in open session. We did have the matter of the electronic transfer devices. Yes, for the financial transactions. We did identify the third party, however, our zoning inspector is out right now for good reason. Welcomed his first child recently. So we haven't made much headway on that. So if you don't mind, maybe we can keep that specific item, electronic transfer devices, on for next agenda and bring that back once our zoning inspector is back. Were there any other items that were pending discussion from the prosecutor's office that we
I got a question. One time we talked about transfer of ownership for the Fairview/Evergreen Cemetery.
There was a
Memorial Park.
resolution, there was a resolution prepared and proposed document prepared that was sent about 6 months ago. I assume the board had the document, if not, I can re-email a copy of that. Essentially, that was drafted to address those situations. Someone can
If
see.
you could resend it to me,
Yeah, I'll resend it.
that'll work just fine. Okay, because we've got a need to transfer a cemetery lot for some family members. We can do that tomorrow. That's not a problem.
Do you recall this? I didn't recall that resolution coming through. Do you remember who it was sent to by chance?
I believe it was all three
To all of us?
trustees, circa end of January.
There was something May 9th.
And I can resend the email when I get back to the office.
Okay, wonderful. Yeah, because if we could get that squared away sooner than later for resolution. I think there were a couple of individuals who are waiting on those forms to be able to move forward with a few things that are newly named Evergreen Memorial.
Yeah, the email on May 9th says it's attached, but I don't have the attachment to it.
Okay.
Oh, what, another one it is.
Yeah. Is Trustee Bullard on this email?
Yes.
Okay. So, since May 9th, was there a question, because it looked like it was addressed to Tim 4 with us copied on it?
That's what,
Was there anything outstanding that you've heard from our cemetery sexton Tim 4 on that?
Grayson's been in contact with them. I'll hand a copy of what was previously drafted, and I can resend it electronically when I'm back at the office.
Mm-hmm. Did you see that?
Go ahead, I'll come back for it.
Okay, I believe my item with the electronic transfer devices was the only one for open session to discuss. Did you have any items that you want to discuss in open session?
Not at this time, but sometimes it comes up through.
Okay. So as it comes up, let us engage that way. Okay. So we have, old business, shared use path easement and Cheshire Road widening easements.
So, I think that's my item.
Yes.
So, the first one on the shared use path easement regarding the project on Shanahan Road, which the name escapes me.
Greenery.
It's the greenery. So my understanding is because it's not being platted, that we do in fact need to accept it so that the public may utilize it, and it does not put liability on us. That's why I did not want it at first. I wanted clarity on that. And that's been researched. We don't assume any liability, but yet the public will have usage of it. And so I believe we should move ahead and accept it when we have the actual owners giving it to us and not somebody else.
Mm-hmm. There's that. There's also, I mean, when you look at what they have going on Shanahan, the orange side is planning a shared use path. And where the greenery sits, the other two houses are very close to the road. So it's hard to envision.
40 years from now,
Who knows? Yeah.
And that's the argument I used many years ago and I lost on it.
Well, my argument really is that the service need is already there on the other side of the road because that's also where the school is. So more people will be tying in through the multi-use path to the school. So we may want to disencourage the path on the north only because then they'd have to cross at some point on
But
Shanahan.
the thing is, at some point you do have to cross to get to the school.
Yeah, from the greenery, yeah. At some point it has to be.
Because, believe me, those kids will to the middle school and the high school, probably more the middle school than the high school want to take it. Because they're at the age of independence. I will do it whether or not.
And they can't drive yet.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, well, so when we get the paperwork,
I'm no longer opposed to it.
okay,
Because all my questions were answered, and so it makes sense to me.
Yeah,
Okay, now, regarding the Cheshire Road widening easements, that's also still being looked at by the prosecutor's office. But I feel that we're making progress on the conduit that would allow us to put in fiber if we want to go that route.
oh, brilliant,
Now,
okay.
I am going to meet with Steve Lewis. Are you familiar with Steve Lewis?
Mhm.
Okay, so I said, whatever makes it easy. I'm very easy to work with, as long as I get what I want. And he chuckled, because he knew it was true. But he seemed really positive. Okay, so I said, what, I don't want to force my way of getting this accomplished. What is the easiest way to get this accomplished?
Mhm.
And he recommended him going to Eric Hostetler and have them draft something. Now, a cost that's associated with it that we need to know that we'll have to absorb if we want to go this route is that anytime that somebody called a dig
Mhm.
in the area, we'll have to pay for somebody to make sure that they don't dig into the fiber.
Okay.
So the county did not, of course, the county has miles and miles and miles of fiber. They did not really anticipate the amount of money that actually costs.
Oops.
Well, it's not Oops that does it. Oops
Oops
notifies.
notifies and we would have to do it or hire somebody.
Yes, they have somebody. So I had said to Steve, well, do we want to own the fiber or do you want to own the fiber? And he wanted us to own it with the idea that then we would be the ones that would have to pay for the call to dig things. But I said, will that really make everything easier? And he said, well, no, not really. What he'd like to do is that the county owns the fiber because we want to have them do the service, and so, because they are competent at it, and we don't have people with that competency, and I don't really want to hire somebody with that competency.
And then we basically rent the fiber from them.
And we
Pay a fee.
would pay every time somebody does the call to dig thing.
Okay.
And so Tiffany Jenkins, who before said it ain't happening,
Mhm.
well, because others, they want something from us, sometimes it's good to be ones to work with them. She said, well, that might work if the county owns it. So I said to Steve, maybe this is a win-win if you own it and things like that. Now, he started to go into, the county had this agreement with Consolidated Electric for their fiber. Apparently, they sold their interest to something called Horizon. And so he started to explain it to me, and it didn't really matter. I just want to know if it works, because the county is doing Horizon into the fire station.
Mhm.
And so it would.
Yeah.
So that's where we are. So nothing is definitive,
Yeah.
but I felt we made a lot of progress.
That's very positive.
And are we still on poles or are we buried?
Well, this would be conduit in the ground.
Okay. Sure.
That's my preference if it works, again.
That's my preference too, but I don't wanna spend so much money putting it in the ground as opposed to hanging it and then maintaining it being in the ground through paying for that.
Yeah.
If. So
we're
then-
on the same page.
Okay.
However, I just know that if it's hung on the poles, we're at the mercy of the poles.
Right,
And I don't like being at the mercy of anybody.
for
And
anything.
weather and car accidents and all of that sort of stuff like that. In the ground, we're only have to worry about ground loss.
Yeah.
And squirrels can actually chew firewood. I mean, it took the county down. One little squirrel took the county down.
Good. Okay, well, that's great. That's a great update. So we'll keep that on and keep working at it, or do you wanna
Let's put it on for,
September?
we only meet once in August, right?
Mhm.
So first in September.
And that's the shared use path, the
Well-
Cheshire widening and fiber?
The Chester Road widening, and fiber, but if we get the information on the let's move on that as soon as the owner actually gives us the paperwork.
Mhm.
Who should follow up with them to make sure they actually do that? Would it be Jacob?
Yeah. It'd be Jacob.
So do you want me to ask him or do you want to ask him?
I can ask him. No problem. Okay. And then also with the Cheshire widening easements, there was the Delco.
Yes, well, here's the thing, is that because Delco would really have to pay us, but the county would have to pay Delco. If we want a problem, we can make it a problem, but if everything comes, there's no reason to make a problem, I mean, that's my view.
You agree?
Okay.
All right, Fairview sign.
No update?
Okay. Fairview lot sales.
That was where you wanted,
That's what this covers. Or sort of. Yeah.
So we'll plan to take action on that next meeting.
Yeah, let's come back to this a little later.
okay, but for clarity's sake, you're really saying they're selling it to somebody who is in the family.
What it says is that, have been advised its township of the impossibility of interment of such aforementioned cemetery grave space. Which is, there's an impairment, can't use that deed lot, and you would provide a different.
Yeah, but that's not what I thought this was. I thought this was where somebody wanted to sell their lot to somebody else.
That's the transfer of the lot, and that was the thing that I was looking for. This form we can change it a little bit and cover all options.
Okay, because what I thought we were in agreement was if they were selling it to a family member, that's okay. If they're wanting to sell it for a profit to somebody else, that is not okay.
Mm-hmm.
That's right, just transfer of ownership to a family member.
I'm
Does
okay
it
with that.
specify family member in there? Should it?
Or,
Should it specify that that's to a family member only in there?
we should do that.
Okay.
We need to do some things with this.
Okay.
And if we take a 5-minute break at some point, I'll talk with Tony and we'll figure out.
Okay, well, fantastic. All right, assistant cemetery sexton.
I don't have an update. I wasn't able to make things happen.
Okay. Patches. Okay, this is my item. The mock-up is done, has been completed by Egelhoff, and you guys both are wearing spectacular shirts as well. I hope you like the quality, the embroidery in it.
You did very well.
The patching is done, but it came back, you know how we wanted the green on the outline? We said Kelly green, and I gave her the Pantone, but it looks more key lime green in the picture. So she said she did some work. She wants me to come in and look at it because she's saying that the pictures don't really represent it.
And that may be true.
And that may be true.
But if
it's key lime green, it's not
it
good.
ain't happening.
Yeah. So, and then once the patches are done, and I may just leave it in there so you guys can see it too. We can start ordering the road crews yellow shirts or whatever color shirts, and then we can pay. It's only $5, $5.50 to have them put on there. So these patches would be nice.
We'll come back to your close.
Yeah, and I did order 100 at $5.50, like we discussed. Did you get the invoice from them yet? Did you resend the check?
I resent the check, but I haven't got a new invoice.
Okay, did they, if they cashed it by chance? Because for some reason they said they didn't get the first check. I don't know why.
That's the third one that's been lost this month.
By Egelhoff?
Other people.
Oh, that's odd. Okay, Jed, I reached out to Sean Carter. Apparently the holdup is Shawnee Hills council had some questions and hasn't sent the questions to Sean to answer. So they said, we have some questions about this. And they never sent it. I did, however, also chat with Monica Connors, and she said for each project that comes into the business card, that they could provide a jet analysis for that project. And I said I would really like that to be, if it could happen prior to or incorporated somehow into our public hearings so that the public can know what kinds of funding would be coming in based on the kind of project that's being proposed, just for the good of the public knowledge.
I want to be clear, Concord Township's more than willing to work with us on anything. It's just gotta get something to work with.
Yeah,
And they'll approve it.
yeah. And the holdup is not Concord, so we'll keep plugging away on that. Fiber, we already have that update. That really folds, Claudia, you can fold that into the Cheshire widening. Okay, that brings us to the fire department.
So we do have assistant fire chief position discussion, which might be a bit of an executive session. I don't know if you want to do that now or hold off.
Okay, we can hold off for executive session related to that.
Can I ask a question? Where can they take the trucks, the firemen? Is there any limit for any, guidance on, I mean, within the township, I got no problem. When we get outside the township, is there any restrictions or any of that sort of stuff?
Chief, do you want to just address that?
I think it would need to have some contextual, I would need some more contextual information on the question, but theoretically, if we get asked to go to Cleveland, we could go to Cleveland. And we have been actually asked to go to Cleveland, they have the water system completely shut down. That's kind of the agreement you would do when you do state mutual aid. You accept money from the state.
My reason for asking, there's gotta be a reason, was, saw the fire truck in front of a bank in Sunbury, and I just was a little concerned if that was, the proper use of taking fire truck out. I was just asking the question.
Yeah, I would need the contextual information as far as date, time, see.
There could be a lot of reasons for it, and
We run to Sunbury a lot,
So it could be a good reason, or it could be not a good reason. But the statute does say that we run mutual aid with any township within the state of Ohio, so.
There were no lights on, there was nothing, it was just sitting by the curb, waiting for the guy to come back out. So I was just asking the question. Something we may want to think about.
Well, that would probably be in an SOG, although I haven't read it yet.
I mean, again, I'd be better able to answer the question if I need date, time, and a specific area to get to the bottom. I think it's certainly a reasonable question.
But it's good to know that in terms of mutual aid, if somebody calls upon within the state, we could be anywhere at any given time. The key is what is the purpose of why we're out where we're out.
Right. Anytime we try to do business, obviously we have the personnel and we need to send a person for parts or whatever. We try to send one person. So Sunbury, oftentimes we go to Sunbury because of the map there.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, there could be reasons that make perfect sense.
Right.
But I saw no other fire trucks, no other vehicles, no lights, no nothing, so it just kind of made me ask the question of, we got any rules about when we take fire truck?
Yeah, the answer is yes. I mean, it's in the policies manual for sure. So.
I mean, I sit over at Menards, and that makes perfect sense because that's the place that supplies. We got a contract there, and they come back, and that, and it's Could be the same thing, but
What bank was it, if I mean, is
Sorry?
that, what bank was it?
it's the one next to the Napa dealers there. Strip mall.
First Commonwealth.
Mi Sombrero, and it's at the other end of the.
So they might have been actually in Napa.
Or-
They might have actually been in Napa. I mean, I don't know, but they could have been there.
3 stores in between, but yeah, they could have been. If you want to park down the street and walk up there, yeah.
Yeah, it wouldn't make sense, but who knows?
So like I said, there could be a perfectly legitimate operation.
Well, I'm more than, actually now I kind of want to dig into it more.
I'm not trying to make a federal case on it, I just
Right.
wondered if there was any rules.
There is, but I think I do want to dive into that more.
Mhm.
I would like to kind of figure that one out. Make sure we're adhering to our policies. So, okay.
Okay.
And is there anything else for fire outside of the executive session item?
No, but after the executive session, we might have discussion.
Yeah, I do have 2 resignations to deliver to the board. One of those is tied to the executive session, one is not. But I don't have anything else other than a potential discussion of the assistant chief position.
So why don't we deal with both resignations when we come back?
Yeah, but, okay, that sounds good. All right, that brings us to fiscal officer items.
June bank statement balanced. And then the email, dealing with this, Tarco case. Chris and I were going through my emails and he said something about Outlook. Why don't you guys use Outlook? And I'm like, I don't know, somebody took us away from Outlook and put us in Gmail. He says it's so much easier to find things through Outlook, so he kind of suggested maybe we may want to go back that route. I ended up finding emails I didn't even know I still had an Outlook for that case.
Well, we do actually still have both. We pay for both. And we never reached a consensus on whether or not we wanted to use Outlook or the business Google suite. And I don't know that we have to have a consensus, right? I think that you can still use Outlook even today.
I chatted with him and he had a recommendation that we just use Outlook. I'm not making that recommendation, but he made that recommendation.
And I understand some of his reasoning, but I think that there's also other reasons to use the Google Business Suite. For example, shared documents is a lot easier through that, sharing it with the public, having it open to the public. Very difficult to do that with the OneDrive. There's some security items to me that Google takes care of that I don't think are handled very well through Microsoft too.
So I don't really have an opinion of either or, but I'm not sure I like both.
I can live with either one. The thing I want to have is the ability to remotely access my email and not have to have the computer with me. Be able to sit down at any computer, be able to pull it up, which I can do with Gmail. I don't know that I can do that with Outlook.
Well, you can with Outlook. Outlook has an online feature, but it doesn't look the same as Outlook for desktop. And so there's a bit of a discrepancy in look and feel. And online Outlook functions identical to Gmail, basically. So the things that are hard to find in Outlook, on Microsoft 365, are comparable to what would be hard to find with Google. The desktop has some real advantages for it, but the desktop is the desktop version. So, I like Google. I prefer Google. I've said this before because I think in terms of the convenience of sharing, in terms of some of the collaboration pieces, it makes sense. But if you guys are inclined towards Microsoft, then
Well, I'm not I'm saying that I have a preference over one over the other. I just have a preference of not having two.
Yeah.
So that's my preference.
I got about 20,000 emails and somebody's got to migrate to wherever we moved to. That's not me.
Okay, can we delay a decision?
Sure. We've
Okay.
done it so far.
Let's keep that on for one more agenda. And I don't disagree with the prudence of consolidating. It's just that both have different distinct advantages and disadvantages, and I'm not sure I would like to commit. I like the advantages of both right now, but I see what you're saying. Maybe we can take that leap. Okay, that brings us to cemetery. I received an email from a resident. This was a resident who indicated that they have written on 220, 227, 3138, 327, 523, and 614, and that they would like to have an answer because we continue to say that we're waiting on the prosecutor for this.
It has to do with the transfer of ownership, I believe.
So that is the issue that we're handling right now. Would you mind following up with the resident? Okay, fantastic.
Because I've gotten similar, I think I got covered on the last two days.
Yeah,
Okay.
we do get back with the resident, but we don't have an answer for them related to this transfer request, so now hopefully we will.
Okay, I got a couple, three things, small things. We talked about trees for the cemetery, and we've gotten the guidance from Mr. Grubb to say that we should, the kind of trees that he would recommend for putting there, which are giant arborvitaes, to go there, which are basically tree or deer and bug resistant. And would be a reasonable tree that grow to a large size and that sort of stuff. And that was what he was talking about.
I agree with that, and that was also my suggestion last.
Pardon?
That was also my suggestion, so I agree with him.
Well, and then there was somebody asked about blue spruces.
Well, I didn't specifically say blue spruces, because I know the opinion about blue spruces with diseases, but with the green giants, Jesse put it well, they look better far away than they do close up. They kind of look like bush close up. They're not terrible looking, but they're not super attractive. And so this will be along 23. This is our kind of signature renaming of Evergreen Memorial. And so I'd like to have some dimensionality. And so I was thinking it'd be nice to have needles that look different, maybe a different color green to add some richness and depth to that. That's why I said the spruce.
Well,
Could be Norway.
nothing against evergreens, but blue spruces are very disease prone now.
Yes.
And I believe the nurseries are stopping selling them. I think they're going to sell this year, or they're selling this year. Probably won't be selling them in the area in the future. And blue spruces are just a disease problem. So we've got some blue spruces
Yeah.
on our station. And we're having to treat those. I've got some at home that died before I knew that I had to treat them.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, it's
Well, I was suggesting Norway spruce because that adds the texture difference with the needles.
sure.
And you seem inclined towards Norway spruce.
Yeah, I think you need to have at least 3 of them though to make it look.
Yeah, and then we would
Because
want.
one looks kind of, but together, well, they don't have to be together, but you need more than one for it to look
Yeah.
pretty.
Now, are you thinking of a single row of trees up and down the road?
I'm thinking whatever you need.
Well, if we put a single row up and down, there's gonna be a gap until they fill in.
Well, I sort of like the idea of a double row, and you have the green giant thujas in the front, and then you have in between those set back the Norway spruces, like this.
I like that idea with the exception that when one dies, then it becomes very obvious. If they're a little bit staggered so that they look a little clumped, you know, you've got like 3 here, 4 there, 2 there. When one dies, it doesn't look, but I don't know with this selection of trees if that makes sense.
Yeah,
And the gray spaces go up to the, basically to the road right of way. So we've got very little space.
how much space, do you know?
I don't know.
Because they have to be pretty far apart.
Well, if we go into the road right away, that means they can rip them out and we have nothing to say over it, but we could still put them there, couldn't we? If it's not a mess.
As long as we recognize that they may go away.
Right, and I do.
Mhm.
And I guess I'm okay with that because it's road right away, I mean.
And so we're not looking for an opaque wall, we're looking for something that's gonna have some holes in it until it grows up, in 5 or 10 years.
Mhm.
To fill in, yeah, something like that.
The green
I get it.
plants grow
I get it.
really fast.
I'll get a real estimate for doing that. You know, we were just talking about what makes sense to put there. And we'll, look at some Norway spruces and some, of the giant arborvitaes.
Yeah, I'm happy.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll get a better.
Nice thematization, and then with the sign, it's gonna look
Mhm.
a lot nicer than it looks right now. It really,
Okay,
that sign's gonna fall over.
and then we got,
Seen it? Like,
it'll last.
it's decaying on the bottom now.
It's lasted through the 60-mile-an-hour, which will be there a while.
Okay.
The people that did the ground penetrating radar work for us are back from overseas and they wanna do some GPS work and they were looking for a cemetery and Tim was reluctant to tell them to use it without checking with us. And so I just wanted to see if anybody had any objections or reasons that they shouldn't.
Is it free?
It would be free and what I was gonna try to do was to get some benefit out of it.
Yeah,
I say go for it.
Makes perfect sense.
and it doesn't disrupt anything, any of the grave sites or anything. Yeah.
It's just,
Go for it.
I'm hoping that we can get some of the pins located and that sort of stuff.
Oh, then that would be something.
That would really be a good thing.
Yeah, even if we can get one row nicely.
We'll do what we can do.
Yeah.
To see what, so we'll work with that. And then we're going to get an estimate for trimming the trees back there. Trees need to be trimmed together, get down on the road and that sort of thing.
Mm-hmm. Sounds good.
That's never as cheap as I think it's gonna be.
They are
But
not,
it's still
it's
neat.
not. I did find a good tree guy last year, but I think you guys already have a couple companies to use, right?
Mhm.
All right, is that all for cemeteries?
That's all I got there. I don't have anything else.
All right, road department specifications for commercial drives.
The county engineer is giving us the specifications that they use for commercial driveways. And what it is they're going to stop inspecting commercial driveways for township roads. And we've got the thing at Reed Parkway, where they're building the sewage treatment plant and the water tower. And we're going to use that as a specification of what they need to do for the driveway. This is definitely different than what the home driveways are. And if you bring in an 18-wheeler, you need to have quite a bit of driveway space to be able to do that.
And with
And
the,
we'll get it in writing, hopefully I'll have it before the next meeting, get it to you, and we can turn it into a resolution to, if that's what we want to do. Okay.
Curb fixed for final occupancy.
You know, that one we would like to, and I don't have wording for the resolution. Orange Township is working with the prosecutor's office on that. And what that is as they're building the houses, they back big trucks across the driveways and the sidewalks and stuff, and they break things. And, Orange Township has the same problem. We're looking to make the final occupancy permit have a requirement to make sure that the sidewalks and the part that's in the right of way isn't all Also,
Because to me, it seems like that is when the driveway should be inspected initially or finally. I mean, the inspection is when it's done, not because there's
right,
almost all of them are this shape and that culvert isn't draining anything. It's really actually a hazard because it's causing water to stand from mosquitoes. And so, and with that, I wondered if our requirements are really insufficient because the type of culvert they're putting in bends, and what we really need is that more structured culvert that won't bend with normal usage. Particularly
I'll
on
answer
building.
questions on that. There isn't any good answer.
So you're saying for commercial, we should maybe require different culvert materials?
Well, no, I'm saying even for houses, because many of these houses, the culverts are messed up by the time the people move in. And so the owners they're unhappy, you know, but we can't do anything because it passed the inspection.
Right.
Okay.
So we have timing of the inspection that really is an issue, right? When the inspection gets completed,
Correct.
that's an issue.
Making sure that it's done correctly.
And then we have the inspection itself and potential revisitation of what materials should or could be used.
And the second one would be mitigated, the problem would be mitigated by having the inspection at the end.
Right.
So that they're very careful not to drive these stone trucks and delivery trucks over it and causing significant damage.
Okay, and then we identified a problem today with Berlin Farms, which is the kitty corner from the high school, the new high school, that development, and it actually ties out to Dale Ford Road.
Yes.
And they've got the water drainage going out to the ditch.
I saw that.
At Dale Ford Road. And they're coming out with an 18-inch
I saw that.
drain to go there, and it has to drain down alongside the road, and what's underneath the driveways are 12-inch culverts. So an 18-inch culvert feeding the 12-inch
It's
culverts.
not gonna do well.
Probably not gonna work right. I don't expect the 18-inch culvert to ever be full, but we're going back to the county and saying, what do we have to do and what has to be done to get the water to flow? There's 3 or 4 driveways that are involved. What my look at it is that get it to the ditch, but really this needs to get on down the road.
Because it sounds to me like the county should have required retention to hold that water so that it could go into a 12-inch.
Well, if they use the rule of no more water than what's coming off of there now, it shouldn't be increasing.
Right.
The flow should not be increasing and the 12-inch tiles should handle it. But if they didn't do that, if they're fudging it, they're gonna get a better flow, then it's a big question, big issue. But we're identifying that now because there's a half a dozen driveways
Right.
that would be involved, and we did a lot of work to get the water off of
Right.
Dale Ford Road, because Dale Ford Road used to flood. And so we got it out where it doesn't flood, but doing this could put it back in place.
So not only will it affect those property owners, but it'll affect the road itself, which is why we should be involved.
Yeah.
If it didn't, then it would be a civil matter that it didn't affect us, but.
Anyhow, it's just picked that up in the last couple of days.
Yeah.
As it got to the point of the water actually starting to, where it's gonna go. And we'll go back after the plan and try to get something straightened out there. I know it's difficult to get the developers to fix stuff that's not on their property, but this is something where it's something's created.
It's their plan,
Yes, yes. Well, and if the county engineer approved it, then the county engineer should find a fix that doesn't cost us something.
Right.
Exactly. Did we ever get clarification on the curious case of Gregory Road?
What now?
Can we get clarification on Gregory Road?
I do have a note on it, and that the trash has all been picked up on Gregory Road.
By whom?
By, our guys, we got it picked up and hauled it to the, transfer station, and there's a little over a ton of trash that was dumped there. And the reason we hauled it up there is they had a lot of nails and stuff, and once we got in the truck, we wanted to just get rid of it.
I understand, but the county should not have done what the county did.
No, and that costs us to assume the liability of picking up dangerous materials for a road that wasn't even ever told it was ours.
I understand.
I don't like that at all.
And I'm not real pleased that they're turning over a road that's got county road on the signs. It seems like they should change the signs too.
That's a good point. I hadn't thought about that.
And it's one of those things they just
We will get
irritate
mileage
us.
for it next year.
I know. And why they did what they did when they did it, because they could have transferred it over to us in December if they want to transfer it over. I mean, that road has been here since the 18. Well,
I don't remember that far back.
well, yeah, I think in the 1850s, my great-grandparents lived on Gregory Road.
It used to be called Cheshire Road.
Well, yeah, there's a long story there, name changes and things like that, but
So.
the county can do what the county wants, and
But-
we're stuck with it.
Yeah, but I mean, it's really unfair for our guys to have to go pick up all that trash. And we haven't accepted the road, and it still says it's county road. And
But once the commissioners turn it over, we don't.
did they already do it?
Well, that's what
I was told
That's
they
a
don't
curious
send us
case.
anything.
Well,
But
how
did they
is,
approve
how
it?
is it that we're responsible for a road that we don't know is our road? And nobody informs us it's our road?
I guess you did have a question for the prosecutor.
Yeah. So apparently the commissioners turned it over to us and nobody told us.
Could we get record of them turning it over to us?
We haven't seen the resolution.
Yeah, but I mean, we assume responsibility as soon as the commissioners do it without telling us.
I've never heard of a situation where this occurs.
Yeah, we haven't either. We had no clue it was our road.
That's why it seems so curious. And Reed Parkway,
Parkway was another one, and then there was a third.
Well, but they told us Reed Parkway was coming even though we didn't know it. But Gregory Road, I mean, for 2 centuries, it was a county road.
And the reason we picked it up is that we don't pick it up as a tenancy to grow. Because once there's a pile there, the.
Oh, yeah, I don't blame us.
Yes.
I mean, we needed to deal with the problem they gave us. I appreciate our road crew doing that. I'm not irritated with them, I'm irritated with the county.
I don't know that it's been through the commissioners.
Well, if it hasn't gone through the commissioners, it's not our road.
I know. There's only one person.
so can you ask Jesse to get clarification by way of asking for a record request of when the commissioners, if the commissioners have turned over Gregory Road to us indeed?
So the person who would have,
We'll figure it out.
I don't know who calls her, but the person who calls Jennifer Mulberry.
I know. It would have been Cindy Davis, but that doesn't work anymore.
Yeah, so, yeah. Did they have anybody take over Cindy's role? Not that they would be as good as she was, because she was superior. Do you know if somebody took that role over? Trustee Blue?
I believe someone has taken her position, but Cindy did so much that
Wasn't
you need a team of people
Yeah.
to replace her.
Okay,
Okay, let me,
so we'll get clarification on Gregory Road.
yeah, okay.
All right, is that all for roads?
No. Silting along Reed Parkway, we were going to go back to the people and say that they don't have to put anything in place, especially to the drains and that sort of stuff, and get that taken care of.
Are you talking about the county?
Yeah, the county, I mean, it has they got open drains and, they're moving dirt and all that sort of stuff, and all it's gonna do is fill the drains full. Mount Meadows over here, if you look at the model home, right next to it, there's a ditch and it's full of water and it's not moving anywhere.
Yes.
And the reason there aren't any more homes going up is they're under a hold until they get the drainage fixed. And they've been promising since the beginning of the year that they were gonna put design in place and figure out how to get the water out of there. It's not completed or not done, and that's why the water's still there. So my understanding is there's a hold on building permits until they get the drainage figured out.
I may be going down a rabbit hole, but can we talk about that subdivision for a moment?
Sure.
So that model home was built non-conforming.
It does appear that way.
And, so my view, my uneducated view is that when that, because BZA approved that model home, that when it's no longer a model home, it needs to come down.
Mm. I'll have Jake look into that.
So what the developer, or the builder, I don't know who, their solution is to make a road, make a house be compliant in a different lot that we specifically in a zoning hearing said no.
Mhm.
And so I find that insufficient. Now, a possible solution that I have, that might be a compromise, but I wanted the board's opinion on this, is that they, but this would be a major change, it wouldn't be a minor change, is to allow them to build another side load car garage, one more house down the road. The view, the idea was that the view when people entered the
Yeah.
areas, that they wouldn't see all these snout houses, that they have, a nice view. And so instead of making them tear down this house, that they built one more. The problem with that is the size of the lot is insufficient for the radius of a turn for a side load car.
Yeah.
So they would have to change their lots to make it bigger so that would be a major change, it wouldn't be a minor. But to me, that's the solution. Putting it way far away where nobody can see it, if they're gonna put a side load anyway, that to me is insufficient. Now, if they want to tear it down and build it conforming, I'm okay with that too.
And there's kind of tied into that, there's roads being built at farms over here. They've got a blacktop area where they built a bunch of houses, and then they've got a gravel area which has blacktop yet. But that doesn't connect to the road that goes through Mob Meadows because they gotta go across the ditch there. And the bridge hasn't been.
But it is going to be there.
I mean, that'll be a major thoroughfare to get out onto Pike Road. When Pike Road becomes an arterial, then it will, these people will go that way to go south.
Well, and as I recall, one of the concerns with putting the house that close to the road was the people turning off of Pyatt onto the street and potential for children to be in the road.
Right.
With that being
There was
basically a
lots
traffic
of reasoning of why we did what
Yeah,
we did.
and so I'm not, though I think that your proposal could be a good compromise, it doesn't really get me past that major safety concern of why we wanted the houses to be set back that far off of Pyatt Road.
But what I don't want is what they have proposed to Jake. Because to me, because it's awful fishy that they spent like an hour talking about wanting this house to be the way they built it. And we agreed that it would not be built that way, and yet it was built that way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's not ideal. So, so let me have Jake look into it and give us a summary for consideration, just to baseline the facts of where we're at with it. Okay. Anything else with roads?
Yeah, this isn't really roads, but it's a path at Cheshire Elementary School. We're building a path around it, making a connection and working on it now.
The one that was agreed to, the DR Portland area.
Right.
So they're actually gonna do what they said they were gonna do?
I haven't seen a drawing of what they're doing, but
Okay.
they're supposed to make a connection and be able to get around. And then there's a connection in the back from that other development to the south to get to the elementary school, so that the people who live in that development don't have to go out around the street to get to the, it's just real short connection there.
Because those paths are ones that I really care about, because as I mentioned before, when paths are used, I'm for them. And that path from Berlin High School to Cheshire Road on the west side is used continually. So I want to make sure that we do everything that we can to facilitate that path.
I cannot agree more.
I knew you would. So it's great when we can agree.
Yeah,
But, I mean, it's the purpose, you know, paths to nowhere, like what you said earlier.
Okay, Sweeney Road, at Curve Road, the road is breaking up, and what Justin and I looked at it, and our design is to, if you call it a design, is to build up the berm to the point that it's holding the road in place. Right now, the road is open, and so any truck coming around drives off the side, breaks off the edge of it, and we put a truckload of gravel in there, and we got another truckload coming. These are 20-ton truckloads, not the little truckloads, but we're gonna build that whole area up to be able to, and probably move the stop sign closer to the railroad tracks, so it'll be less likely to get knocked down.
Well, and that was knocked down when the accident that Delaware City sent all 3637 traffic down Sweeney Road. And so there was also a sign that was on the east side of the road that was knocked down. It's on Dan's property that they've never picked up. It's a litter sign and something else. The print is so small that I think it's rather useless, so I don't know that we need it replaced.
What did it say?
It's too long, I can't remember, and it's too little, and people don't read it.
it was,
And it's
yeah,
not
I
like
remember,
a-
it's like a little brown one.
I mean, it's actually kind of attractive. You say, oh, what a nice sign. No idea what it said.
It said something about littering, like, do not litter in this area or something.
I don't remember. It was too
I was
long.
like, why this area would we have that?
Well, because it's on the other side of the road that the litter is. So whether or not it's replaced, I don't care, but it needs removed if it's not replaced, because it's been there almost a month laying in the grass. Also on that, when that happened, remember that somebody was doing a road count. Did you ask the county for that?
Oh, right.
No, I didn't.
Now-
I'll do that.
I thought that it would be the county, however, because there is a pending application, no. They came in for an informal with BZC. It might have been a traffic study that was done by the property on the southwest side of the railroad track, 1 acre housing for storage.
They
But
had
some-
an informal with BZC. Okay.
I don't think it went well. I'd like to get that count, because that's when all that traffic was going.
I think that's all I got.
Okay.
I got a couple other things, but those were.
Yeah, I have some late items as well, so. All right, that brings us to trustee items. So, the first item is a letter from JLL, on behalf of TNR Properties. This letter, relates to the uses of certain codes related to the business park, encouraging the addition of, or the revision to some of the codes in the BIO. So I don't want to discuss that as a matter here necessarily, but we do have a special meeting scheduled for August 18th at 11:30, in which we've invited a number of different stakeholders. If I haven't sent it to Brian from JLL, I do plan on sending it to him. I did have a great conversation with him, asking him to sort of give his analysis on why he recommended those codes, what the impact would be, and had the chance to talk with him a little bit about the vision for the business park. So with that in mind, he recommended a few higher up in priority than some of the others in that letter. when we have our special meeting, we'll probably talk about that in the BIO portion, which I believe you plan to recuse yourself.
If it's for the entirety of the BIO, I will.
Yes.
If it's for a portion of it, I won't.
Yes, this would be specific for the entirety.
Yeah, so then I would.
Okay, so we'll refrain from continuing the discussion related to that because Trustee O'Brien will recuse himself from the entire portion, but he can do individual ones once the overlay is in place. Is that good? And then without objection, then I would like to jump down to the zoning department, item 13, and we have two different items here. I'd like to begin with the TNR Properties request to reopen or reconsider BZC case 23-003, the residences of Berlin Township. The township has received an email request from Mr. Sabatino requesting that the board reconsider the motion, and so if without objection, we can talk about that at this time.
I don't want to talk about what the request is. What I would want to do would be to schedule a meeting, because we need to have an advertised meeting where we're discussing any application, anything doing with the application. I'm not comfortable with talking about an application where we haven't advertised it. And we didn't advertise to talk about that for this meeting. When the last meeting ended, we had a vote and there was no continuation, no time certain or anything else to talk about it. I think we need to set a time certain and advertise and get information out to the residents. Otherwise, I'm concerned about it not being a properly advertised meeting.
Certainly, I would be able to.
And if anybody's got, if you
Yeah.
guys got something to say about that, that's my concern about it.
Without talking about the case specifics, I think that I'm of the mind that it's at the board's discretion as to whether or not we would like to even reconsider the application. And I don't know that I think that reconsideration of the application requires a public notice posting. But if we did vote to reconsider, to reopen the application, at that time, we should not continue with the discussion of the application itself, but rather set a public hearing. But my first question is, should we even reopen it? And so are you saying that you think that we need to have a public notice posted for even the reconsideration of opening it back up?
That's my concern.
Okay. What's your take on this?
Kind of like the prosecutor's input as to whether or not we should notice, I don't like using the word advertise, but notice the meeting.
To even reconsider
To even-
reopening it.
And I'm not as sure of the wording of reconsideration, but of reopening it.
So, in a nutshell, essentially, that's a determination of the board. Is the board required to do so? The legal opinion is it's within the discretion of the board if the board wishes to do as Mr. Bullard has proposed, or if the board would like to address the request that's been made, grant or deny the request, and then proceed to court. So the short answer is, there is, best of my knowledge, no legal requirement to proceed in that manner. It's within the board's discretion if the board wants to proceed in that manner.
Okay, and so there's a difference between reopening and reconsidering.
Yeah.
So if we are, because reconsideration to me sounds like we're taking a vote on what has already transpired.
Yeah.
And not really reopening it. Whereas reopening it is really looking at the case and allowing new information to be considered.
to a certain extent, it's semantics, but I view it as both in this particular instance. The board does have the discretion in terms of the events that have transpired to reopen / reconsider the matter if the board wishes to do so.
So, I mean, I see your distinction, but I don't think that that is a legal distinction. I think that's a distinction that you're drawing here.
It's what is important to me,
Yeah. So,
because,
which one is important to you in this
well,
case?
to me, I think reconsideration where there is not new information disseminated is pointless.
Mhm.
If there's new information, I think it's important that we, because I don't like the way the law is written, but the way I understand the law to be written, it's always to the applicant's, the interpretation is to the benefit of the applicant.
Deference, yeah.
Yes. So in this case, I tend to think if we're reopening it, that we are almost required to reopen. If it's a reconsideration, I'm not really interested in doing that. If we're required to do a reconsideration, take the vote over again, I don't have a problem with that. But if the information changes that might change our vote, then and we have to give deference, then I think we have to give deference to listen.
Okay.
And what my concern is, any discussion will lead to a decision of either to reopen or not reopen. And I think that's why we need to schedule a meeting to be able to even discuss whether we're gonna do that or not.
So in that, would you then, if we go that route, then make a recommendation that we not adopt the minutes of the 6/12?
Do we not adopt what?
The approval of the minutes of 6/12 tonight?
I would,
I understand your,
yeah, that's,
so I understand the point.
I'm just, all I'm saying is that to even make a consideration of it, I think we need to do it in a noticed public meeting
So if
for discussion of it.
So in the notice, would you say that we're going to consider a motion to reconsider / reopen and have that meeting at that same meeting? Okay, so it really wouldn't be like a meeting to set up another meeting, it would be,
It'd be a meeting to do.
so it doesn't make any difference to me if we go that route, because we're really doing the same thing at that night. that we would do.
Well, but I believe that the intent is the intent of the applicant was to have the matter tabled that night, to not have a vote that night as well.
Well, I don't know that.
Well, that's what they said in the email. To grant, they use the word table, and then I know it would be recess and continue, but it would be, my understanding was that it would be for giving time to work through potentially other things. So I don't think that there would be a request to vote on that same night. We would be.
Well, except for they have that time.
Yeah.
Well, okay, so without discussing it,
Yeah,
we're
I
just
mean,
talking about procedure. If we were to reopen or reconsider, I would not think that it would be a reopening and reconsideration that goes on for a long time. It would be, I would anticipate information being presented at that meeting that we can make a decision on, not to drag this out another 6 months.
I think those are all fair discussions at an open meeting.
Um,
I mean, and I would have comments on stuff, but
When
I
I-
don't have any comments on anything.
without objection, could I ask the applicant 2 questions not related to weighing in on the consideration, just for clarification of the facts?
I have no objection.
I'm not gonna go into the case. I just wanted clarification
Well,
on
here's
the
the thing.
email that we received.
If I may suggest,
Yeah.
trustee board, is if the question goes where you don't want to, raise your objection at that time, so hold your,
I'm
Possible objection.
not comfortable with the board doing that. I'm comfortable taking a 5-minute break. You talk to anybody you want to talk to, and then we go from there, but I'm not comfortable with the board doing anything
Okay.
at this point.
Okay, without objection, a 5-minute recess?
Sure.
Okay, so ordered. Thank you.
Yes, no objection. She's on.
Yeah.
Can or do you want to get another?
Okay. Call the meeting back to order. All right, as far as the request for reconsideration / reopening, trustee board has proposed that we serve a 10-day notice, and my assumption is that you want it to be noticed as if it was a public hearing. In other words, the adjacent property owners being mailed and that kind of thing, even though it's not a
I
zoning.
understand.
Okay, and
But there's no
Yeah.
room for anybody saying we had a closed meeting or a meeting where people didn't know about it. I want to make sure that everybody knows about it because this has got a lot of attention.
Sure.
And I want to make sure that everybody knows what's going on.
So I think it should be phrased in such a way, if we go that route, that it says, the board will consider, reopening / reconsideration. And if it votes to reconsider, it shall move into an immediate hearing.
okay.
Okay, if you guys,
Does that wording sound reasonable?
It sounds possible in terms of timing, whether it's quote unquote reasonable. The applicants filed a motion to reopen, reconsider. If the board says, we don't want to make a decision on that request tonight, we'd like to schedule it for another time, provide notice to folks who we otherwise would provide notice to about the actual hearing on the application itself, to if the board says, hey, we want to reconsider it, we grant the request. Now, hey, applicant, present whatever evidence. I don't know necessarily in terms of quote unquote fundamental fairness, in terms of saying to the applicant, we might or might not
Yeah,
grant your request, and hey, have all of your witnesses and people here prepared to proceed. If the board intends to say, we have your request, we don't wish to address that tonight because we'd like an opportunity to provide notice directly to folks that we would be required to provide notice to for the actual hearing itself, and then address it at that meeting, and then if the board grants it at that meeting, the request at that meeting, then to schedule it for continuation of the hearing.
So I understand what you're saying.
I do
So let me ask you this question. If we were to ask the applicant, do you want to do it on that night or do you want to do it on a different night? Would that make it more reasonable so that, so if they want to move it forward quicker?
Well, if the applicant says to the board, if you grant it, I'd like it to proceed that evening, I don't think there's any issues in terms of the board doing so. But if
Okay.
the applicant says, logistically, that wouldn't be very tenable, then
That all makes sense to me.
I do think there is a matter of fairness in this though, because that was only one pathway, right? The other pathway is if the board votes to not reconsider and the applicant / reopen and the applicant has prepared for that evening.
I understand. So that's why I think we should give the option to the applicant.
As far as if they would like it to be discussed now or then, or as far as
Then
or later, or then and then.
Exactly,
Okay.
the latter.
Would you be okay with that?
I'm just writing what I think is a motion.
Okay.
Sorry, what I got.
And to be clear, you're, okay. As far as that is concerned, if we decide to make a notice for the public for reconsideration / reopening of this case, would the applicant like to proceed that night with presenting items, or would the applicant like to have time between whatever that final decision is, knowing that the final decision may also be no in the reconsideration, reopening of that evening.
I think what we're asking is that a reopened table for a date, as we just discussed, past the August 18th open meeting is what we're looking for. So are we not on the same page of this evening, we're on the agenda, we've been posted on the agenda, you can reopen and table, take no action, and table until a date after that August 18th hearing.
That's your request.
That's our request.
Yeah. And I think that what we're saying is, that tonight, there isn't that comfortability with the consideration of reopening or reconsidering your case, because this was an issue that had vested interest from those individuals who didn't have time necessarily to see the posted agenda in this. And so, it's about trying to find the fairness on both sides, right? To have proper notice posted, to have all the shareholders informed and clear on the expectations of how to proceed forward. But I also don't want you to come to that meeting prepared and ready to present if it's not going to be reopened and reconsidered.
So for clarity.
Yeah.
The board understands that you can, this evening, right now, reopen and table until a date after August 18th, which is our request, and you do not want to do that.
We can consider whether or not to do that, and we can have that motion and have that vote taken tonight. However, there's not comfortability, at least that's what Trustee Bullard is saying. There's not the comfortability there because there hasn't been proper time to inform the necessary parties to feel transparent that this is a process that isn't being done, within the confines of, a kind of, we voted on it and now we're back and we're gonna reopen it and we're gonna sneak it in on the public.
But from a legal perspective, we know that is a legal option to do this evening. You can open and table this evening.
Are you aware of that, Trustee Bullard?
Mhm.
Are you aware of that, Trustee O'Brien?
I believe that is accurate. I don't know that it's accurate, but I believe that is accurate.
I am aware of this. I think that is what Mr. Stucco was saying when he said it was at the board's discretion this evening to consider / reopen, and so I am aware of that. There's nothing that is legally restricting on our ability to reconsider / consider reopening this matter. I think there's a different question though that's being asked, which is an ethical one.
Yeah. So I could see it as an ethic and could be interpreted that way.
Fairness, yeah. No, I think that's what he is interpreting.
But what I want is the most favorable outcome for the township. And I think that if we do Trustee Bullard's way, it's more likely to be a favorable outcome for everybody. If we do it a way that I might find acceptable, that process might be quicker, but the outcome might not be as positive. Because I think input from many people gives the board the maximum understanding of the situation. So I think that it would be best for everybody to do it Trustee Bullard's way, because if Trustee Bullard's not comfortable, my experience has been when people aren't comfortable, they say no. So I think that we could force the issue. And if you really wanted the issue voted on tonight, I think the board would vote on it. But I would rather have an outcome that's good for everybody.
mean, I don't necessarily agree that we shouldn't vote to reconsider / reopen, the case tonight, but, I'm but one lonely vote in this, so, and I understand and I appreciate the perspectives of my colleagues as well.
And I think the difficulty of this situation is we're at a one-to-one thinking process. That's always usually a no too, because you gotta have two to say yes.
So, did you have a motion that you?
Well, let me tell you what I've got, and then we'll go from there. I make a motion to, and this is just a draft at this point, make a motion to have a meeting, time, and, or date and time, to consider a letter from the applicants requesting to reconsider BZC case, whatever it is. And if a vote is approved to reconsider, then such reconsideration will begin immediately following the vote to reconsider.
Okay, but I would add after the reconsider / reopen.
Okay.
I think that they can be different or they can be the same, and thus I think it's prudent to have both in there.
Okay, and then that was, I would authorize also the physical officer to advertise the meeting and notify surrounding property owners of the meeting and meeting, period. The letter received is to be made available for public viewing along with the files at the zoning office, so that everybody's got access to all the information.
Yeah,
Just to be clear, again, I'm sorry, we're not presenting any new information tonight. And for the notice period, or what you're asking for is to notify other stakeholders, we will not be presenting any new information at that time either.
okay, so you will be requesting a reconsideration, reopening of the case, and you will not have any new information at that time to present.
Besides what we've shared with you privately in our 5-minute meeting,
Well, I don't have a problem sharing what we discussed in terms of you will have information to present on the 18th at the special hearing, yeah,
Or, I'm sorry, after that meeting takes place.
after that meeting takes place, okay.
I didn't understand, but maybe it's cryptic.
Yeah, but it's not meaning to be, but it oddly was. So the 18th, we have the special meeting
What are you talking about?
about the Berlin Business Park.
Okay.
And it's with a number of shareholders. And at that meeting, there was an intention of introducing some different information, getting some shareholders together as we had discussed and as we noticed. After that meeting, it seems like there might be new information for us to consider related to, construction cost increases, things of that nature. And I don't know because I don't have the information in front of me, but that might be beneficial because whenever, this is just a generality, not on a specific case, whenever the board has voted and made a decision, in my view, if the board is to reconsider or reopen something, I would think it would have to be rather substantive information that would be new or unknown at the time that now becomes pertinent, that requires or really warrants the board revisiting it. And whether or not that information is presented or whether or not that information is new is yet to be determined in this particular case. And I'm just talking about generally, after a board has voted, the vote is a vote in my opinion, unless there's some very salient detail that is new that wasn't included, that really should have been included, that could potentially alter that vote. I do think there's also the question of a reasonable amount of time for consideration. So, Robert's rule, usually that meeting or near after, but we do have discretion to make that decision legally, even though we've adopted Robert's rule. Our revised code allows this. So, I mean, it's really, if you wanted it to be reconsidered / reopened tonight, but you have no new facts for the case, I'm not sure that vote would, what would we be voting on that would be different from what we already voted on?
So tonight we were asking that you, for the reconsideration, or Trustee O'Brien's asking for the reopening, you would not be voting on the application tonight, just rather the reconsideration of it and then setting a date certain to then have that discussion after the August 18th, where we think information will come to light that might be informative to the overall business park, et cetera. Plus, there might be some additional facts that we're able to provide at that time. We think that would be helpful. So we're not, again, not asking that the vote, you're re-voting on the application tonight, just reconsidering it for a date certain.
Yeah, and thanks for that clarification. I think my point still applies in terms of if I'm even gonna reopen it, wouldn't I want to know why it should even be reopened?
I think I explained it pretty well. There's gonna be a lot of new information.
That there will be information in the
Absolutely.
future.
So what I think I'm hearing is that in order to get a positive vote, is that trustee board's motion would indicate what it did, but that if the board approves reconsideration / reopening, we could have in that a time certain, and would that be the fourth Monday of?
It'll be in August, it'll be the second Monday in September.
Second Monday.
The Gregory Road discussion.
That's the first meeting in August. Gives us a month to be able to advertise.
Well, but the first meeting in August doesn't work because the meeting is the 8th.
Well, but that meeting could work as far as posting notice for reopen, reconsider, but not as far as them having the new information to present.
So I'd say we should go ahead and vote after this is published, whether to reconsider before that, so that they don't waste their time if the answer is no, and if the answer is yes, then they can really prepare.
So
And not just them,
August.
people who may be in opposition, they can prepare as well.
August 14th would then be what you were looking at?
For deciding,
August 14th for the meeting to consider, reconsider.
But we wouldn't hold the
the,
public hearing at that time.
until the second, is that the date you would want?
If it was.
The second Monday, if it passes, is that the date you would want?
The September,
Yeah,
I think that's what our original request is.
We're requesting to reopen this evening to table in September after the August 18th.
Okay, so I think we're in agreement on, perhaps on the second part of what you suggested. And the first part, I think we can get a positive vote with advertising it, noticing it as trustee board.
Well, when we have the meeting, if we have, let's say it's the 14th, we have the meeting, we can reconsider it then, we can decide to have a meeting later on, we can decide not to have a meeting, we can decide we're not gonna decide, we can do whatever we wanna do at that point, but all we've done is reopen the meeting at that point. And it's up to us to decide what we're going to do at that point.
But what I wanted to
And we
do,
don't have to re-advertise with a set of date and time certain whenever we want to, as long as we set a date and time certain for that. This is only to cover the fact that we didn't set a time certain to continue the meeting.
right, but what I would want is in that notice, that when we notice that we're going to consider reconsideration / reopen, that we have the date and time and place of the hearing, so we don't have to notice it a second time.
well, no, because what if it doesn't get reopened?
Well,
And then people think that they're.
but in the notice, it says if adopted on the date that we're noticing it for, if adopted, that we are going to reconsider / reopen, this is the date and time that it is. I don't want to notice it twice.
And reconsidering can be tabling it, can be doing nothing, can be starting and listening to whatever they're talking about, we're gonna subdue it.
Well,
I mean,
right,
that can all
because,
be done at that point.
right, because in the hearing, it's just like normal. We can go up or down.
Mhm.
If we
If
go to
we,
the
if we
hearing.
voted to do that.
That's my suggestion.
Well, the applicant is requesting consideration of the motion tonight. Is that correct?
For reconsideration.
For consideration of the reconsideration / reopening.
Correct.
Would the applicant be amenable to August 14th, consideration of the reconsideration reopening?
I don't think so.
Because at the end of the day, the question is, what are your facts? What are your new facts that justify the reconsideration? Again, we're relying on the public meeting that's on August 18th, where we believe facts will be presented, issues will be discussed, costs will be discussed in terms of ODOT infrastructure, lanes, roads, infrastructure, sewer, et cetera, that will be germane to the basis of why this should be reconsidered, right? So we're not, if the hope is for the new information to be presented, that's why August 18th is important. That's why we're asking for the reconsideration tonight. Then your meeting in September, then you discuss it. And obviously at that point in time, well, we don't like your new information or what have you, you're free to make whatever decisions you all want.
We won't have anything for you August 14th, but we don't have.
Yeah, but what we have, what I'm hearing they have is the assurance that the public has been properly noticed. So that's the key difference. So it's not what you guys would present, it's what my colleagues' comfortability would be in terms of, that would be your most favorable opportunity, I would imagine. So the difference is what we would be comfortable with moving forward with potentially at that time.
Not necessarily legal, but if what I'm hearing correctly is applicant saying he'd like you to make that decision tonight. It sounds like the board saying we don't want to make that decision tonight.
Mhm.
The applicant saying additional information will be forthcoming and known after the meeting on the 18th. Is the matter amenable then to being considered after the 18th? The request is there. If the new information is not available on 18th, but the board were to schedule what Mr. Bullard has indicated he'd like to see for after the 18th, and that would, I think, be consistent with what Mr. Bryan's saying, where he'd like a resolution that would be good for everybody and everything, and it would provide time and opportunity then to be able to have it scheduled. Notice provided to folks so they can be here with it and then proceed accordingly. Especially if time's not of the essence in terms of needing that.
So it wouldn't violate any reasonable amount of time. We would have to accept the meeting minutes, from June before then. What is the board?
We have delayed minutes for months.
Yeah, but I don't like to do that.
I
I don't
know.
think it's,
There's a difference
How's it
between
gonna
can and
change those
should.
minutes?
Hmm?
How's it gonna change those minutes?
Well, it has implications because once the minutes are adopted, the reconsideration is done.
Not necessarily.
Maybe done.
the longer time goes on, the more that actions are solidified. I think the further away we get from being able to legitimately say a reasonable amount of time and all these different components that we have right now. But what does the applicant think about Mr. Stucco's proposed? I mean, it does in fact still delay the question of reconsideration reopening till after the 18th, which may or may not be denied. after the 18th. So that does it get you guys down the road a little bit in terms of, then you guys would have new information to present to us for that reconsideration at that time.
I mean, ultimately, Madam Chair, yeah, ultimately, the motion to reconsider, be made by either three of you, since you all voted together on that zoning application. So if there's no motion nor second tonight, you can make a motion and second and have a vote at your next meeting, the meeting after that. Up to you all.
It seems to be a solution, but I'm not comfortable on voting on the minutes until we've done this.
Yeah. Okay. Trustee Bullard, would you like to bring forward a motion, or do you want to
Oh,
delay that?
okay. I don't know the BZC case number, but I make a
It's 23-003.
23-003. Okay, I make a motion to have a meeting at 8:14 at 7 p.m. At 3271 Cheshire Road to consider a letter from the applicant requesting to reconsider BZC case 23-003, and if a vote to approve to reconsider, then such reconsideration will begin immediately following the vote to reconsider reopening case BZC 23-003. So moved.
Okay, so on all those reconsiders, all the reconsider / reopens, or all those?
Do I know?
You said reconsideration on several of the parts, but on the last one, you said reconsideration reopen. So each of those reconsideration / reopen.
A friendly amendment for reconsideration / reopening.
My belief is this allows us to have a public hearing that the public knows about, that we can reconsider whether or not we want to reopen the meeting.
Yeah, but then they indicated that, well, sorry, do we have a second? Okay. Motion doesn't prevail, right? Okay, so we were not going to have the hearing immediately following the reconsideration because they will not be prepared until after the 18th. So let's just do the reconsideration / reopening portion on the 10th. And then if approved, then it would be the second week of September, right? So could you just modify the second portion to?
Let me clarify. I believe that a motion to table is a reconsideration. I believe a motion to not table and stay with where we're at is reconsideration. I believe listening to what they've got to say is reconsideration. I think there's three options there. But I think if we just vote to have a meeting to reconsider or to have the potential of reconsidering it, we've got to then schedule another meeting to do the reconsideration. That's why I put in what I put in.
But your second half there,
I didn't say what the reconsideration is, I said just to reconsider. And tabling it is reconsidering it. Not tabling it is reconsidering.
but it's really a request to reopen. That's the thing. It's not a reconsideration, it's a request to reopen the case that has already been completed. So once we reopen it, your motion has us then go immediately into the hearing for it, right?
To see what they got to say.
Well, they won't have anything until the second week of September.
Because how you wrote it was the way I wanted it, but after listening to them, I understand why they don't want that. Because they can't present what has not happened yet.
Well, I mean, if it was voted to be reopened, that's really what we're talking about, in my view. If it was voted to be reopened at that time, we could immediately start the public hearing and then recess and continue it to the second week of September. Or would you guys be
That's what I'm
amenable to
saying.
that? So we set a date for the hearing, but then we've noticed and we have people showing up thinking that there's a public hearing when we know that we're going to recess and continue that public hearing.
I don't have a problem with
Okay,
that. I really don't. At least people know what's going
okay,
on.
then could we change reconsideration to consideration to reopen the case? Because that's what we're talking about.
That is what we're probably talking about, but the way they worded it, they may want to just have us reconsider it as well. So we cover all our bases so
When you
that,
slash it,
yes.
okay.
I'm willing to change whatever words you want to change, but I'm not willing to change to do it at that meeting. And we can do it at a different meeting, but do it at a future meeting that we've advertised and got the information on.
Yeah, well, but we don't know this when we recess and continue something.
Mhm.
We don't resend out. anything.
Because we've set a date.
Because we
time
said,
certain,
yeah, right.
We've got no date time. certain.
So we still don't have to
Right now,
renotice it.
everybody thinks it's a dead issue.
Right. May I ask a
Yeah.
question? So what you had mentioned earlier is that it might not be reasonable because they might not be prepared. But if we have it so that we can go into it, and if they're prepared, they can go. But if immediately they say, we want this continued, we would have that ability, right? And then it would be reasonable.
Continue to a date certain.
And it would be reasonable that we had set it for that date. They say we're not ready. We say, okay, we'll do it for when you are ready. Because they have a reason that they're not ready. They're not delaying. They have a specific time. So I think it would be incumbent on the board to listen to that and say, that's reasonable. You've got a real reason.
And one further clarification, Mr. Bowe's motion was for the 14th. If I understand the applicant correctly, they won't have all of their information until after the 18th, so rather than scheduling it 14th, might be advisable to schedule it after the 18th.
Right, but yes.
But yeah, you could, if you do say, we approve for reopening / reconsidering it, it could be tabled, continue to a date uncertain.
So do you have an issue? Are you okay with that we, I don't like the word table, but that we continue,
Recess.
but we're not really recessing and continuing, we're deciding on that day.
Oh, for the opening.
So that we schedule the consideration of the reconsideration / reopening at our first meeting after the 18th,
Which would be in September, correct? September,
Yes. the second Monday
whatever
of
it is, yeah.
September.
If that's your druthers.
Okay, let's do it.
Yeah, I mean, because in the absence of, like I said before, my general take on reopening something is, in the absence of actual new information, I don't see any reason to do that. But this would give us the opportunity to have new information for that reconsideration, and at that time, it would,
It all makes sense.
Let me be a little bit more stick in the mud and say that I want the information before the meeting, so I have time to read it before we get here. I'm not comfortable with getting the information in the meeting and then being asked to vote upon it, because that's not fair to me, not fair to anybody.
Right, that makes sense. So after the
It's definitely
18th,
not fair to the
can
public.
you get to us information to the fiscal officer so she can make it available to the public?
As soon as we can.
Okay, so I like that, maybe. As soon as I can could be the day before, and that's not okay. So are we saying like
can we at least say 1 week in advance?
1 week in advance? of the meeting. So, well, that's a holiday.
Well, I think a lot of that new information will be live as well, since.
Well, right, but we want something that we
can.
can say to the public, it was here, you didn't have to go research it, it was here, available to you, and you chose not to come, that's on you. But if they chose to come, they've got that information.
Well, yeah, and it's not just for the public, I mean, it's for the board's consideration as well.
Yes, that's important, but I also think it's important, also.
Both, yes,
Would
both.
be the 11th or the 25th, meeting in September.
Yeah, so could you get it to us by the 1st of September? That's a Friday.
Whatever you all want to require.
I like it. Those are the words I like.
Board's discretion.
So if we get that by the 1st, then we will plan for consideration of the reconsideration reopening for the 11th.
But we should notice it. Can you do your resolution so that it's for the 11th of September?
Yeah,
You want to do it on the 11th of September?
yeah.
That really isn't fair to you guys.
Well, they're the ones that need the time to prepare.
But what that is that's assuming that we would vote to reconsider. Because they're going to spend money to get the information to bring it back.
They're spending, if they want a consideration of reconsideration reopening, they have to present, in my view, facts that are salient to why they are requesting it to be reopened. They are saying that they will not have the information available until the 18th or thereafter. So it's them who is really needing that time, not us,
Okay.
right? We just need about a week's time for the consideration of the material.
And they've asked for it, so I put that in the resolution as well. Or agreed to it.
Yeah, we asked for the consideration tonight, correct?
No, he's saying that in order to get the information for the 11th of September,
But we
that you
agreed
are agreeable to the 11th.
that it is your discretion to require us, to be certain to have that information, correct?
Let me try again.
Okay.
I make a motion at the applicant's request, comma, to have a meeting 9/11 at 7 p.m., 3271 Cheshire Road, to have a meeting, to consider a letter from the applicant requesting to reconsider EZC case 23-003. And if a vote is approved to reconsider, then such reconsideration will begin immediately following the vote to reconsider reopening EZC case 23-003.
So I would just add the reopening after each of those reconsideration. I would do / reopening after each of those reconsiderations.
Do you accept this friendly amendment to that?
Second.
Moved by trustee Bullard, seconded by trustee O'Brien, discussion. There was a friendly amendment that was accepted to add reopening after the reconsiderations. And I think that this allows for the time and space and place to thoughtfully consider the reconsideration / reopening, given the information that we will have received by that time. Any other discussion? Please call roll.
Rail.
Yes. No, go ahead.
Yes.
Bullard,
Yes.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Okay.
If that's what you want to do.
You-
Okay, now I make a motion.
Thank you, gentlemen.
I make a motion to authorize the fiscal officer to advertise the meeting and notify joint property owners of the meeting and of owners of the meeting, period. The letter received is to be made available for public viewing along with files in the zoning office.
Second, moved by trustee Bullard, seconded by the chair. Discussion. Please call roll.
Fuller,
Yes.
O'Brien, Brown.
Yes. Okay. All right, so next up, we have, without objection, going down to the Buckeye Swim Club extension request.
Thank you. Oh,
Take
wasn't turned on.
Oh, I thought that green light.
I'm Lori Carter, with the Club.
When you step to the podium, just so that people can kind of see you, you can push it out a little bit.
Oh, I'm good, I can squeeze in here. I'm here to request a 6-month extension to the completion and submission of the final development plan for the 2 parcels. 2 5-acre parcels located at 1895 Beachville Road. We have made substantial progress, you've asked us to, and we have over the last few months, including retaining the services of the design collective for architectural design led by Jacob Q here, who is with us tonight, and for the 3 buildings, including the competitive gold teaching tools. Retain Kimley Moore, led by Kevin Kirshner, for the civil engineering design work, including utility, sewer, and stormwater retention and runoff. Both the design collective and Kimley Moore represented Buckeye Swim Club at the June 15th sketch plan review with regional planning. The various county departments and agencies provided comments, but none created issues to completing the project, including the Delaware County's engineering office and Delco Water. Delco also stated there is a plan in development to upgrade the 5-inch water line to 1-inch. We are working with Patterson Pools on the design and submission of the 2 pools planned to the State of Ohio Department of Health and conducting the subcontractor bidding for the construction of the pools. I'll also note that, while it's not specifically germane to this site, we did, in the process of doing all this, also open another pool. We opened an indoor pool that's 5 lanes, 25 yards smaller, in Pal on April 10th. That was a 1-year process, a little bit faster because the building already existed. We already have killed our projections, and it's such a need to have these swim lessons. We projected having like 350 kids or 600 for swim lessons. So it is a huge need. We're hearing from people from Berlin Township that are coming over to us to tell how much they want this here. So we're trying, and we're still plugging away at it. Based on consultation with Design Collective and Kimley Moore, they are working on their respective design tests for the final development plan, and they do expect a 4 to 5 month timeline to complete all tests and make the submission. Thus, we're just asking for another 6 months.
So you have the design plans complete?
We have the sketch plan.
Sketch
We presented to Delaware County.
Okay. Is there something you wanted to show us?
Maybe the copy is too small.
I got old eyes here, so.
Thank you.
So, as I recall, one of the sticking issues for why this is the second extension had to do with sewer and water and those kinds of things. What is the status of those items? Have you guys made progress?
Yeah, we actually have an attorney working on easements right now, easement agreement with parcel owners to get the path through, so
The
that's.
city of Delaware sewer path or the county path?
This is through the city of Delaware. There's 2 parcels that are being negotiated. The agreement is already basically in place. One of the parcels needs to work through Franklin County probate court, but the trustees already agreed to it and has put it through for approval with the court.
Okay, so is your intent to annex them once
No.
So you guys were able to get city of Delaware access without annexing?
There's no annex path for them right now in the discussions, because there's not enough contiguous
Contiguous, yeah.
to do that. And we also will have Delco Water.
Okay. So you were able to get them to agree to not have a requirement to annex once they do have continuous land?
That is where we're working towards final agreement on that.
Any questions from the board?
Move the parking to be all the way around the building, actually.
It
Was it
meets-
around, all the way around the building before?
To meet the parking requirement quantities, it required additional parking spaces.
That was reduced in the original zoning approval and that during your, and you wanted to go back to the actual count, so that they did the space.
And so what would you say would be the main reason for the general request for extension?
Just nothing moves fast.
Yeah.
Nothing moves fast. The sewer has slowed us down tremendously
Yeah.
in getting the city of Delaware to talk and respond has been a big sticky point. And once we got there, it started to snowball. It's moving a lot faster now. But it took us several months to get there. So that was the biggest sticky point.
And obviously, we're dealing with a pre-existing agreement on Peach Blow Road between, that predates all of us. One path on the south and one path on the north.
Right. Okay. Is there anything else you'd like for us to consider?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Would anybody like to bring forward a motion?
The last two. I can do it.
Why don't you?
Do you happen to have your case number?
Search for it.
Let me see.
When does the plan expire now?
July 10th, July 11th.
Yeah.
It's today. Yesterday,
No, I think it's tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
We thought, today was the day we had to do
Yeah.
this, so.
July 11th, so
Yeah.
it's tomorrow?
Yeah, we wanted to get as much information to you as possible. That meant not coming in June.
I do appreciate your staff only having one meeting in the summer.
It's not my
An
style.
example.
It's not my style at all.
Okay, how long are you asking for?
6 months.
Yeah, just 6 months.
So you're asking for January 11th?
Yes.
Make a motion that we extend the Buckeye Swim Club plan deadline from July 11th to January 31st, 2024.
I second.
Moved by trustee Bullard, seconded by trustee O'Brien. Discussion?
Yes, Madam Chair. It's actually unusual for people to show progress when they ask for these extensions. And normally I would have said no, but they're making progress.
Thank you for that note, and actually, I'm also not inclined, especially on the second extension, to grant it, but it is clear that there's progress being made, and I am familiar with these holdups from the city of Delaware, particularly in some of the annexation discussions, and I know that you, as the applicant, have been doing due diligence, getting things in place here, so I appreciate you coming and showing the good faith effort is being made. Okay, please call roll.
Bullard,
Yes.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Randall.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, don't come back with another extension.
We actually gave you.
Do you want the large drawing, or you want us to take that?
Oh, you can take it. It does look good. Seems like things are on track.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, we'll cap off the zoning items with the, June report, June zoning report. Looks like total new homes for the year is 68, with 18 permits coming through in June. That's the largest amount by month this year. The number of pool requests for permits continues to be at a steady pace. No doubt that will slow down in the fall months. And I think things look pretty much on par. Slow month of April with only 6 housing permits, but I anticipate that will be made up for here in the next month or two. Okay.
So, we're continuing to grow and add people.
Indeed.
I
Okay.
have another zoning question.
Oh, yeah, please, yeah.
Previously, I had asked about Rolling Meadows and their extension. And the board didn't really recall an extension application. But when I reviewed my emails on April 5th of this year, there was an email saying that they wanted to confirm that they were on the agenda for April 10, but I don't recall that actually ever being, them ever coming.
I believe, wasn't that when Joe Thomas came, when he got an extension?
So it actually was extended?
Well, my memory may be a little faulty, but I thought Joe Thomas.
That's Tenor.
No, it's
Yeah, Metro Development Extension Request. Joe Thomas asked for the extension for the planned commercial district on Berlin Meadows.
So it was only the commercial.
Mm-hmm.
And how long was it granted for? October 10th.
Yeah, October 10th. Because we remember they requested 3 years. They got you to commit at 1.5 years with no more additional extension requests. I think
So it's October 10th of 2024.
it was.
Okay, but it's not the residential, it's only the commercial portion.
Mm-hmm.
So does that mean it's expired on the residential portion?
Well, there was discussion about housing. They had a couple of different housing builders in contract for the single family portion, but due to COVID in March of 2020, they have backed out. These builders were supposed to help extend the sewer to this area. To bring the sewer to the area will be approximately $2.5 million without the help of the single family portion of the development.
Or maybe they came to the PCC and did their final, but I wasn't aware of it.
Well, this says it's a motion to approve the extension of BZC 19-001, which it doesn't clarify that that was the commercial portion of it.
But I thought, wasn't that 2 cases, because I was not part of the residential portion, because it included Old Pantry. It's just a question.
Yeah, I have 3 questions for you. Did you get your Evans Farm question answered? You told me you pulled what you needed.
He said he couldn't find what I needed in a written form, so I'm going to have to look at the actual approved.
He has that on the table in the back, right?
I wanted him to be here tonight. I didn't want to go through his stuff without.
I think he laid it on the table for you. So the question is BZC 19-001, is that only commercial or is that commercial and residential included in that extension request, right?
And if it was not, have they already gone through their final development?
Okay. Anything else with zoning? I have one other item with zoning, I suppose I can bring up now. We had received an application for the ARB.
Will that make the board complete? Because I had one person express some desire.
I believe that would make the fourth or fifth member of the board. 4 members.
There's the one lady, there's 3. We put the one lady on, she said she couldn't because of hers, so we're back at 3.
Okay, so I'll have this gentleman.
There's not Jennifer. Isn't there Jennifer, Christina? Are there 4? And there's Jennifer, Christina, Kristen, and Quinn. There's 4 women. 2 of them start on the same night. And Christina and Kristen York.
Kristen and Kristen.
Mm-hmm.
And
There's 2 women.
who's the other 2?
The one name is Quinn and one is Jennifer. Jennifer didn't sit the night she came in to complete the paperwork.
He's on it, but I don't know that he's
Who?
on it, but I don't think he's been.
Who's he?
Quinn.
Oh, Quinn's girl.
So here's another thought that I had thought, because it seems that we're having difficulty getting up to full speed on the board, is that we might want to do a resolution that creates an alternate position. Because I would have no problem having an alternate, because I think we need one. So is that something that we need to forward to the prosecutor's office to?
Yeah. So I'll get with Tony on this, but it would essentially be extension of the ARB to add 2 alternates.
Probably. And I kind of like doing it the way we've done other
Yeah.
boards where it's a 1-year appointment for the alternate positions.
Mhm. We do have 4 members though, right, Claudia?
Yeah.
Okay. Quinn, Jennifer, Kristen, Christina, and then this would make a 5th. And it would be the position vacated by Trustee Bowler.
Well,
Since the other one didn't actually fill it. That individual never worked a day.
She never worked it, but she was appointed it, and then I would say it's a resignation because she didn't accept it, or
No,
we need something to say that that resolution is no, because what if she said, oh, I decided I want it. If we don't take that resolution away somehow.
we did do that. We did that
repeal-
last meeting.
We made it a vacancy.
We
Okay,
said it's vacated.
I accept.
But it's not, good, because you voted yes. But it's not resignation, because she never worked a day.
I understand.
Yeah.
I just didn't want you solve the issue, so I don't really.
Okay.
go into it.
So did you all review Kim Treckler's application?
No. But, we're going to an executive session, maybe during that time I could review it,
Okay, we can delay.
because it's not like a long one.
And you have it, Claudia?
You gonna read it?
Huh?
Are you gonna read the person?
I've spoken with her before, I haven't interviewed her yet. ARB, when is the ARB next meet? Do they have something coming up?
Wednesday.
This Wednesday? It's just for the approval of minutes? Or is it a case?
But you need to have a majority, even if it's just that,
Yeah,
or not a majority, but a quorum.
okay. Everything moves so fast and yet so slow. Okay. Well, we'll hold off on that and talk about it in executive session then. All right, is there anything else on here? Let's see, we have contract negotiations.
So, I can just briefly tell you that we haven't done anything since the last meeting, but we are meeting on Thursday, I believe.
Okay,
And we have set 2 days. And if we don't get it accomplished in 2 days, which is unlikely, but my recommendation was to make it a marathon session because I want to complete this, because looking at everybody's schedule, we have a very difficult time getting everybody there that needs to be there, and we don't want somebody that needs to be there not included. So my goal is to do a marathon if that's what's needed.
okay. That sounds fun.
We've done it here.
Okay. There's personnel issues. I don't recall what that is right now, but I think it might be one of our executive session topics.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Good night, all.
Is that right? Okay. And do we want the fire chief in for part of
Yes.
that? Okay. Move to recess from regular session to executive session pursuant to ORC 121-22 G1 to consider the appointment, employment, dismissal, discipline, promotion, demotion, or compensation of public employee or official. G 3. Conferences with an attorney for the public body concerning disputes involving public body that are subject to pending or imminent court action. Do you want to
Sure. I don't really expect more than maybe a minute discussion, but we might need that.
Okay. G4, preparing for conducting or reviewing negotiations or bargaining sessions with public employees concerning their compensation or other terms or conditions of their employment. So moved.
Second.
Who else?
This would be with Mr. Stucco, the trustees, the fiscal officer, and for a portion of the time with the fire chief.
And second again.
Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee O'Brien. Discussion? Please call roll.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Graham,
Yes.
Fuller.
Yes, you can just do it right here.
Well,
Or
I move that we return to regular session from executive session.
Second, moved by trustee O'Brien, seconded by the chair. Discussion, please call roll.
O'Brien?
Yes.
Brown?
Yes.
Fuller?
Yes.
Okay, we did meet in executive session. No decisions were made and no actions were taken. Having said that, I do believe the fire chief had a few things for the board's consideration at this time.
Regretfully, I have two resignations to report this evening. The first is part-time firefighter Tyler Allball, who has additions to his family and needs to tender his resignation effective Friday, July 21st, 2023.
So moved.
Second, moved by trustee O'Brien, seconded by trustee Bowler. Discussion. Please convey our regrets.
Indeed.
Please call roll.
Brown?
Yes.
Fuller?
Yes.
O'Brien?
Yes.
Regrettably, the second resignation this evening is from our Assistant Fire Chief, Joe Pickard, who has been with us almost 19 years, October of 2004, when he first was employed with Berlin, so making it almost 19 years. But we do have his resignation, and I'd like to just note that we're sorry to have the Assistant Chief resign. Completely understand with time constraints, and just like to convey how grateful we were to have him for all those years and what he brought to the department and helped the department move forward. So I just want to acknowledge that.
Thank you. Move to approve the acceptance of resignation effective September 1st for.
I'm sorry, yes, September 1st, 2023.
For Assistant Chief Pickard, and declare the office, the position open effective September 2nd.
Second, moved by trustee O'Brien, seconded by the chair. Discussion. Please do convey the board's appreciation for the many, many years of service and sacrifice he's made on behalf of this township. He will be missed, and we accept the resignation with regret. Let's call roll.
Brown?
Yes.
Fuller?
Yes.
O'Brien?
Yes.
Okay, with that said,
This board require my
one more thing. Given the soon vacancy of that position, I think it would be in the best interest to post for the assistant chief position at this time. However, there are some changes that I think we want to maybe perhaps look at and make related to the responsibilities of the job description.
I agree.
And so with perhaps I could work with Chief Miller on getting that job description updated and then posting for either full-time or part-time chief, but to have something posted. Does that seem to work?
Yes. So I move that we appoint Trustee Rail to work with Chief Miller in revising the job description for assistant chief and preparing the posting for the position.
Second that.
Moved by trustee O'Brien, seconded by trustee Bowler. Discussion. And you would like me to also post,
Yes.
not just prepare?
Well, that was assumed. I apologize, but yes.
Okay, wonderful. Please call roll.
Fuller?
Yes.
O'Brien?
Yes.
Brown?
Yes. Okay, I think that's all for fire. Did you have anything else, Chief?
I don't have anything this time.
We do have our newsletter item that will be coming up. Since I have it as a late item, I was hoping that we could get that in by
I had given September 1st as the date to him.
Oh,
Because I want to do a little later than last year, but not too late.
okay.
Because I want it to be a little bit closer to the firehouse open house.
Okay, but you want it to be after the, what's our mega event that we have in August?
Touch truck.
Touch a Truck?
I did.
Okay.
Because last year, the touch truck was a huge success because of the timing, I think, and the fire open house was less. So I wanted to,
It's a beautiful day as well.
it was fabulous.
Yeah.
And the Touch a Truck was a huge success. It was a very nice day, so everybody went there.
But both of them were actually nice
Yeah, those
days.
of them were nice days, yeah.
So that was my thing.
I couldn't find the chief, and lo and behold, he descended from a helicopter.
I got a late item that I want to bring into the newsletter.
Okay.
I want to talk about.
Well, so you have the date of September 1st.
Was it September 1? I don't have it written in this notepad, but I do have it written down.
Write it down now. Okay, thank you, chief. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
And then with the newsletter, since we're on the subject.
Yeah, I've got two things. One was the get rid of list. One of the things, and I've got a list of things like the old player mower, the old snow plow, two old steel chainsaws that really were the fire departments, but they're back here now.
See ya.
Thank
I
you.
want to take a look at those, maybe we can get some parts off of them, but otherwise.
So do you want to put them on Gov Deals, but notice it into the newsletter so people can go to Gov Deals?
I want to get them on the Gov Deals thing, and then we'll go with that from there.
Yeah, because I don't mind notifying everybody because you want lots of bidders, but I don't want to advertise sale through the newsletter. But-
Right. I agree.
But advertise that it's through Gov Deals, and I think that was
And something that you should say something like you should look at is godeals.com from time to time, because we do sell things there. That we get rid of. Okay, another thing is, there's a blade that goes on the back of the tractor it's a snowplow blade that they've made a place for it to use to burn with, and we haven't used it in years, and it really wouldn't work for what we need to do, but we're gonna take a look at it and try to get rid of it. One water tank setup, which we haven't used in 9 years, which was for watering trees that were in the cemetery and that sort of stuff. They had a couple of water tanks, and we don't have any need for it, just sell it, get rid of it.
okay.
Old front tine tiller, we replaced the tiller that we had, and the old one didn't work very good. Got 2 trucks at Fairview, get all of that stuff together. I don't know if there'll be more stuff that we'll try to get it all together by the next meeting.
So you want that in the newsletter?
No, just that we're selling stuff on Gov Deals.
Okay.
That's, I don't want to put that list in the newsletter.
Okay, all right.
But,
Like, I don't know that will appeal to many
but
residents.
I'll get to what I want to put in the newsletter.
Yeah,
Sidewalks.
but gov deals in the newsletter, I think would be good.
Yeah,
And then what do you want to put in you said sidewalks?
yeah, sidewalks. We got many sidewalks that have problems. And we're gonna try to start measuring and putting the list together. I think it's something where we need to spend time educating the residents about the sidewalks and the fact that they're responsible for them. We're gonna tell them what they need to do, but I was at one house yesterday and the sidewalk difference was this much. It was where this one had settled and that one had stayed there. It was, you could see the dirt underneath the other sidewalk. It was like this. A little girl came by on a bicycle and she picked up the bicycle and
Picked up the
and put it over the step
Wow.
because it was a step on.
So I think that's good for 2 reasons. One, for those that need to be fixed, but so that people can be prepared 5, 10 years in the future, so they know that it's their responsibility
Mhm.
and not get surprised.
Mhm.
Because residents don't, like me, I don't have to get surprised.
Yeah, a lot of people don't care. I mean, I don't have sidewalks and that sort of stuff, so I don't care about it. But there are a lot of people that do care and will care. And, there's things that you can do. You can grind it off, you can replace it yourself, you can hire people to put foam on it, you can do all kinds of things to fix it. Or you can let the township replace it and we'll send you a bill for it. You need to pay the money for us to do it. And we need to talk about, if we put them on the list and they want to do it, we can say, all right, pay the bill, and then we'll schedule you to get it done, or we'll get it done, and then we'll send you the invoice for it. And I don't like that way of doing it. I prefer the other way, which is pay the money and then up front, and then we'll do it, because we could get an estimate of how much it would cost to do it, that sort of thing.
Well, the third way is to put it on
50.
the taxes, assess it.
I know we can assess the taxes and force it, but then they get to argue that with, if they want to argue it. And they can argue it actually in court if they want to, if they don't want to pay it.
I don't think they would win.
I don't think they would either, but it's
But just as an FYI though, to assess though requires a 3-vote vote.
Mhm. Okay, and grinding it off is something they could do. And if you look in Delaware, you see the sidewalks that got ground off spots all over the place.
Yeah.
Where they-
I was gonna say, there's like where you grind it down to the point that it exposes some rocks underneath.
Sure.
And it doesn't look great, but it actually is quite smooth and functional.
Mhm.
But it looks very, looks kind of jaggedy. Because it changes the color, that little spot has a different color.
It's not gonna be aesthetically
Yeah,
beautiful, but if it's, if you wanna do that, changing it, the concrete's gonna be difficult. When you put in the new concrete, it's not gonna be the same color no matter what you do. It's always a little different, because depending on the sand and gravel and everything, so. But that's something we need to talk about in the newsletter. We'll try to get the list together, and then I think it's a next year kind of project.
Okay.
It's just not something that I don't.
so just a little blurb in the newsletter.
Yeah, I don't
Okay.
think that it's something we can get a lot done in quickly,
Mhm.
but it's, try to get that taken care of.
Okay,
Let me see. And then we're getting an estimate for cement work for the Glenmead curb where it's, buckled. And then we were gonna do 4 or 5, catch basins that need to be done.
okay,
And we were gonna get, Dory, Dory, I think is his name, but, to give us an estimate. The county's got a plan, and what they do is they charge us so much to get together, and then if you get one thing done, they're gonna charge you for a day's worth of work. Or if you get 4 or 5 things done, they're gonna charge you for a day's worth of work. So that's the kind of thing that,
Have they done a county bid, or is it something that we can do based on an estimate without a bid?
do what?
Have they got a county bid?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the county bids like gravel and that sort of stuff, and they bid sidewalk work, you get spurs or sidewalk replaced. And then, these things are not, they weren't bid. The catch basins, I think, were bid, but the curb replacement, that sort of thing isn't a bid thing, but they'll give us a price on it.
And that's under the cost that we need to have bid, and so we'll be fine.
That's right. Okay. The whole thing shouldn't be too expensive, but we'll get the,
Well, that's relative.
yeah. But we'll get the estimate, take a look at it, hopefully we'll have it for the next meeting. But, there's about, 4 or 5 catch basins that we think need to be replaced. Get those replaced, and then we'll get, more as, time goes on. But once we get that procedure in place, it'll be relatively easy to take care of. And the subdivision thing is with the sidewalks, it's amazing if you just look at the sidewalks,
Mhm.
how bad they are.
Mhm. Okay.
Okay,
Good.
that's all I have.
For late items too?
Pardon?
For late items too? Those were all your late items as
That was
well?
my layout, so was
Okay.
everything.
Do you have any late items?
It's just newsletter, I need everything by September 4th. What I would like you to ask everybody to do is 3 articles for zoning, for maybe 1 or 2 articles, maybe 2 articles for cemetery, 1 for Cheshire and or Peach Blow, and 1 for Evergreen, an article.
Okay,
And then maybe 3 for zoning. And what I like is a large, a middle, and a small. And if they have a preference of priority, so if space doesn't allow, which one do they want cut out?
Mhm.
okay, and speaking of Evergreen, Tim and I were talking, and you saying that maybe we need to look at the grant money that we could get and that sort of stuff. Apply
Yes,
for it.
that's what I had for the cemetery grant.
Well, and what we thought the grant money could be used for is maybe we could get some help get the pins placed. That was something that we might be able to get because that kind of fits into what they're looking at. And the second thing is to raise the stones, get the stones in places where they need to be. And like we did last year.
Yeah.
But get the grant applied for that way. I believe you've got the grant, but did we?
I don't have the grant, I have the application, but I'm gonna be gone after next Tuesday, and it is due the 31st. So if I don't have the stuff this week to do next week, then somebody else is gonna have to do the.
Well, Tim was talking about coming down, I'll get him to come down and we'll get it put together.
I thought if we could do, I wondered about the evergreens, but I also wondered about the sign.
The sign, they told us when we were out there, the sign we had was as good as a lot of cemeteries. And
That's
that
not
was
good.
the good book, and they weren't in favor of giving any grant money.
But I mean, but what about the fact, I mean, that's shocking to me, but
I
what about the
understand.
fact that, we changed the name though, so we need a new sign?
What?
The fact that we changed the name and so we need a new sign.
We can try, but I think we can use the money in the other places, we'll probably just sell it up.
Why, how much is it for?
Or,
How much can you apply for?
I don't know, you know?
It's only like 1,000 or 2,000, we just happened to get a whole bunch the last time.
And they got some money, they got an infusion of money, we may be able to get more this year. They got an infusion of money.
I just doubt.
I think that we should ask
As
for it
much
all.
as we can get, well, like I said, it's usually only 1,000 or 2,000. Tim said he's heard where they gave 13, so I applied for 13 last time. We didn't get one last year because we had already gotten one, so I don't know what they'll give us.
I'll talk to Tim. We'll
But I
figure
need
it
to
out.
have, he
Be
said he
expensive.
went to the
If we could
seminar and
get
they
taller
didn't say we
trees
had to match.
And get it up in
But
front of the.
They told us we had to match.
Earlier.
So,
It would be
I
good.
mean, we have to have all the dollar amounts of everything, so.
Well,
Yeah.
if they're buried right with the ball and burlap, I mean, a lot of people don't know how to, plant ball and burlap well. Because the hole has to be exceptional.
I'll get with Tim and try to
Most
get
of
it
them
here
just
and I'll let you know.
do it there, yeah.
Thursday.
And that's
Friday.
usually a trouble.
Thursday or Friday.
Okay.
If we could get, I think we should apply definitely for the trees, because then we could even get taller trees. And, I mean, those trees, they add up. You want an 8-footer, it's gonna be $700 for the tree, potentially, for Norway spruce.
So we might want a little shorter tree.
Well, but if we get grant money and that's what it's for, and
Well, if we get the grant money,
that's what I'm saying.
But we don't know, you have
But
to
I don't wanna
apply.
plant tiny little trees that, end up,
I understand,
I want to look good right out of the gate.
I understand.
Okay.
We're gonna talk to Mike Rowe, because Mike has got his trees in back there, that are really good trees, and they've been doing good and all that sort of stuff. I think he's the guy that we want to put trees out there.
Yeah.
Because they're local trees, we're not bringing them from someplace a long
Yeah.
way away, they'll last longer. And also, he knows what needs to be put in the area for it to grow.
Yeah,
So that's what we've been,
ask him about Norway spruces there,
about.
Norway spruces there, because it might not be, you mentioned that if it's too narrow, then we might not have enough room, but also if it gets too wet.
Well, that's my.
Yeah, so-
concern. And it might be in some places,
Yeah,
when it goes, here you can put it, here you cannot.
Right. So maybe we might need that assessment as well for.
Well, if it's treason, we might need some nice deep ditch to stop the 18-wheeler from going.
That's what Dan did on his property.
They better
I
not-
want to start at one part.
But
And
the
I got hit by
one
a
that
tree.
did there, we would take out 6 or 8 trees.
Oh, don't like that. Another reason for getting taller trees in earlier.
I accept that one.
Fair enough. Okay, so I had the cemetery grant, I had a newsletter, and the aggregation language for that letter.
Mhm.
I don't like it, but there were the things that I said that we couldn't live with, but do you have recommended edits to provide at this time?
It's just every time.
Every time it goes out, every time you read it? Okay.
And did you guys get the letter from Zussman over at Oldfield Estates about the electricity? Where he wanted us to pay because somehow or other they weren't.
Oh, yeah, I handled that.
Okay, you got that taken
I
care of?
handled that, yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
As long as that's done, I'm happy.
Done, okay. And then I had Kim Trickler's application. Why don't I call?
I looked at it, it looked good.
Yeah. Okay. Do you want me to interview first and then bring forward a recommendation?
Sure.
Or do you want me to bring forward a recommendation now?
You-
Pending successful
I think
completion
you-
of an interview.
I don't feel the interviews I'm good at doing the interviews because I've got 15, 20 minutes with someone I can tell whether I like them or don't like them. But after that, I don't know whether they're good workers or any of that sort of stuff. You'll pick up on that.
Okay. Well, I interviewed.
If
and
it's
bring
somebody
forward
from
a
Rose Club,
recommendation.
I'm happy to take care of it. But
And if you get another application, you can do that with that individual as well.
Yeah, I'll do that in advance, and so, potentially, I think, well, if we only have 4, then Kim or whoever else would be a 5th. And then we would also want to bring forward the, potential for the 2 alternates. Okay, that's all I had for the late items. I did have a couple future meetings. July 19th, 6:30 PM, Parks and Trails, the grand presentation for the public on Morphe's work. So that's 6:30 on July 19th. July 20th, the DCTA subcommittee will be meeting here. We want to refine the presentation for the broader DCTA meeting. That will be a townships working meeting on August 10th, where we're going to present what we would like to propose as changes to the Ohio Revised Code in some cases, and discuss other items that we would like OTA to address and or have state representatives address certain items. So we've invited trustees from Jerome Township, I believe the representative from Union County, and I believe there'll be a couple potential state representatives there. So, yeah, I think that would be really good to have them just listen to the conversation and hear what it is that as townships, we, the collective of many different townships, really are focused on in our area. I think that's all until next meeting. Did you guys have any other future meetings?
No.
Okay.
when's that Farm Bureau meeting?
Oh, right.
Or
I never registered for that. When is that? I really should have.
I thought it already occurred.
Did it? Did you go to it?
No, because I never found the invitation. I had the date, but not the invitation, so
Oh.
I didn't.
I thought trustee Buller.
Well,
I scanned it, I know.
it wasn't on the 23rd of June.
That sounds close. Did you find it?
I'm looking.
Any other future meetings for you? No? Okay,
Move to adjourn.
second?
Second.
Moved by trustee O'Brien, seconded by the chair. Please call roll.
Buller,
Yes.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Rail.
Yes. Meeting is adjourned.